Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. And I am back in the basement after being in Northern Virginia yesterday for the Retro Bits and Bytes swap meet. I think it went well. I think you'll see in a moment a few of the things I picked up. And some other things I picked up will wait till next week. I'm going to distribute them across a couple live streams. Let's see who we have in the chat here with us tonight. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. Jack says, can it 25 megahertz? Yes. Will it? To be determined. Yes. Francois. Hi, Francois. Francois is asking, but which can? Pringles can? We have Hardware Hacker Eep. Hi, Hardware Hacker. Let's see. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We'll watch when you can. All right. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Quack. I can't make the mouth sounds of the Sosumi sound. Original beep. Can't make that one either, but hi, Michael. Yes, we have Callan. Hi, Callan. We have Sadmac. Hi, Sadmac. We have I83D6SX. Hi, Jesse. Jesse will be assembling batteries. All right. Might also have something beside me that you'll recognize. Let's see here. Francois was asking, wait, are you undergrounded? Yes, I am in the basement. Oh, hi, GeoHam. Welcome. All right. We got the, no, GOG. I did not ask for your input. All right. Hi, Rudy. We have Rudy's Retro Intel. Jesse's asking, what Union Underground? Yeah. 1-Bit's asking, let's boost this baby to 666 megahertz. Let's go. Something tells me it will not go much faster than probably about 30, but we are going to go with 25. Jack says, lol, let's start with 66 megahertz. Yeah. Oh, Jesse says, it's probably not Justin's type of music if I'm a guessing person. The fact that it did not get your reference probably tells you all you need to know. Michael says, it won't go that high with that attitude. Yeah. All right, let's see here. We got the Coffee Go links in the description, and we will start off with things you all have given me. Yes, so we've got the box of some of the stuff I picked up at the swap meet. And first, I got a few things from Retro Tech Chris. So the first thing from Retro Tech Chris is an XT IDE bracket that he printed at the local library, because last time I was at his house, or I guess the time before I was at his house, I brought an XT computer with an XT IDE, and he noticed the broken bracket because I'd managed to snap off this part of the bracket. He was like, well, here, let's just send the STL file to my local library. So there we go. A replacement bracket. Awesome. Jack says, liquid cooled 68030. I didn't see any liquid cooling parts at the swap meet. The second item from Retro Tech Chris is a Cirrus Logic video card. So I was trying to figure out how much RAM was on it. But anyways, we have a CLGD 5424 Visa Local Bus video card. So there we go. SadMax says local libraries are great. Yes, especially when they have 3D printers. The books are good too. All right, and... Oh. And finally, Retro Tech Chris let me take a few DIMMs from his DIMM collection that he was looking to rehome. So I grabbed some DIMMs for, I think, some projects I know about, as well as some that I know will work with some projects I have upcoming, and some that I think will work. So I grabbed a pair of DDR2 800 2GB DIMMs. So OCZ memory. Yeah, no Trident cards or no Trident gum. I looked. I'm sure Chris looked. And there were no Trident video cards as far as I can tell. Let's see here. I think these are... Yep, I grabbed some 128 megabyte PC100. So these might actually work in the Power Mac. And there we go. Some DDR400. 256 megabyte. These will work in certain Power Macs, I believe. And then I think I grabbed a few other ones for good measure. Let me see here. I don't remember how big they are. I want to say that these are some smaller DIMMs. Yep, I think this is 128 megabytes. I think one of these might be a 64. And... I'd have to put them in a computer to remember. But anyways, a couple of smaller PC100 memory. So anyways, thank you, Chris, for the memory and the video card and the 3D printed bracket. Also, if there are any photos of the swap meet floating out there, if you saw a box that said free take a few, that was the memory from Chris. He warned me not to take the whole box. He's like, I want others to have a chance too, but I wasn't going to take the whole box. So the memory was put on my table. So there was a bunch of people that got free memory over the weekend. So thank you, Chris, for sharing some free memory with the community. All right. Francois, I was trying to understand some PHP code here. Half is in French. Jesse says, Le PHP. What the heck is that? Jack says, ew, PHP. Jack, and continues, some people love PHP and do crazy stuff with it. Oh, right. And then Rudy points out, Justin, you mean thanks for the memories. Yes. Anyways, all right. There were some other things I was given over, yes, a few other things I was given. Those will wait. So next are the items, a few select items I bought at the swap meet. Francois says, you member? So the first item that I bought that I have down in the basement tonight, because there's one big item that'll wait till next week, because I got to bring it downstairs. Jesse McFerrin had a couple of Super Game Boys at his table. So thank you, Jesse, for holding one for me, because basically I saw them and I told him I'm interested in one. I got to sell a few things first. And they set one aside for me, so as soon as I had sold some things, I settled up and got this Super Game Boy, along with a computer that is still in my garage because I got to carefully bring it down to the basement. Now that I told him well before the swap meet that, hey, if you bring it, I'm interested, and I'm probably crazy for getting it. But anyways, So I got a Super Game Boy. Thanks for the good deal. He had it priced at $10. I thought that was a quite fair price. And one of the other sellers, I don't remember which one it was, they had some cards in a box, and I asked how much the cards were, and they said they were $5 each. So I found 4 cards in the box that were calling my name. And in no particular order, I grabbed an LCPDS network card. There we go, with RJ45 on it. So that'll go in an LC series computer. Very nice. Yep, $5. An Apple high-resolution display card for $5. I think this will work with a monitor that I have. I think. But it was $5, so I was like, well, even if I'm wrong, it's $5. Jack says, look at them caps, they all need replacing. No, this is not an Apple Trident card. I actually have an Apple Trident card, and it's the, it's not the high-resolution display card. And yeah, you're right, these caps need replacing. Alright, well, this will go in my recap pile. I think Console 5 might actually sell a cap kit for that. Or one of the video cards they do. Jack says, those are the same yellow banded caps that are on the SE30s. Oh, you are right. Yep, they are yellow banded. I'll be recapping that board for sure. Alright, next up we have an Asante Technologies new bus network card. And it does have RJ45 and an AUI port. Again, it's $5. And finally, a Farallon network card that also has RJ45 and an AUI port for $5. So that was $20 of expansion cards. I thought they were quite a good deal, even if I do have to recap the one card. So, thank you to the seller that I've forgotten who you were for the good deal on the cards. I will hopefully have some good Macs to put them in. And we got the Super Game Boy for $10. And, yep, that, I think. So, one other thing I have, because I'll go ahead and mention it, because I'll probably forget to bring it downstairs, because I've already put it on one of my laptops. But Bill Lewis had some things he had rescued from an estate, I believe, computer-related. And he had a Dell Inspiron 6410 with the docking station. Or I think it might be the mini docking station. Well, funny enough, that is actually the laptop I have Linux installed on. So if I ever refer to my Linux laptop, it's a Dell Inspiron 6410. Anyways, I took it because I didn't have the docking station. So thank you, Bill, for the Inspiron 6410. I was correct in remembering which laptop I had, and the docking station fits. And that's pretty cool. So that the mini docking station gives you the PS2 keyboard, PS2 mouse, a parallel port, and I believe a serial port. And I think it's just those ports. Because the side of the laptop give you like 2 USB, an eSATA, and I think VGA out. So the docking station gives you the rest of the I/O that's not on the laptop. So that's pretty nice. Now I've got a parallel port for my Linux laptop. So, very nice. Hey, yes. And, alright, I think now is probably the time to do what everyone is probably suspecting that I have.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Partly because I knew I was going to the swap meet, and partly because, well, I have kind of slowed down on eBay purchases just a little bit. But yeah, probably because I knew I was going to the swap meet. I believe I only have 2 eBay purchases to open tonight, and there was a specific reason I bought both. So this first item comes to us from a viewer on their eBay store. So, hi, Jesse. Yes, i80-486SX is Jesse's eBay store. So that if anyone was wondering how in the world this eBay seller knew about eBay regrets, it's because it's Jesse. And this probably also gives you a clue as to what might be in here. But anyways, is this Birchbox or eBay regrets? Freshly picked beauty or eBay regrets? So thank you, Jesse, for the customized shipping box. All right, and what did I order from Jesse, you're probably wondering? Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to watch. Oh, I was going to join Dave's stream from the swap meet, but the LTE signal in the building was absolutely atrocious. And it wasn't until much, much later that someone pointed out there was public Wi-Fi. To which, at that point, I just didn't join the public Wi-Fi. Sadmax says, whatever it is, it has a battery. Yes, you are correct. Hardware Hacker's asking, is it a VIC-20? And no, it is not a VIC-20. Jesse says, I don't own any VIC-20 anything. Oh. Oh. We have a dot matrix printed out thumbnail. Another eBay regret. Jesse says, yes, we do recycle boxes in the world of i80-386SX or 8486SX on eBay. So, yes, I love customized packaging. So, what do we have in here? All right, we've got a disc, so I will we'll look at this in a moment with the note. We have a compact flash card adapter. We'll get to this in a moment. We've got a packing slip. We will not get to that on stream. We have a NiCad battery. Or at least... So this is for an LTE Elite, I believe. I have a couple of those, and it's kind of handy to have the CMOS battery for them. And a replacement CMOS battery for a compact Armada 1500 series, which I actually happen to have one of those that has a dead CMOS battery. So, yes, 2 batteries, which I will put them back in this green box because then I won't manage to lose them, hopefully. And let's take a look at this adapter. Jesse says, if I want a VIC-20, I have to go to Great White Retro at the end of the road and get his. Yes, Jack says, hence the giant battery sticker on the box. Yes, the Armada battery is a lithium, so that would be why there's a giant battery label on the box. So, what we have here is... So, Jesse sent me one of these previously, but I have a second laptop that needs one, so that's why, that's why I ordered another one. So, this is a Connor 44 pin to compact flash adapter with a compact flash card. And I decided for this laptop, because I wasn't quite sure what it might support, I'm hoping, since it's newer than a compact LTE 286, that, and it does actually have hard drive types in BIOS, I was hoping that I might get away with a 128 megabyte drive. But this is so that I can attempt to replace the Connor hard drive in my KLH 386 laptop with a compact flash card, because it is a Connor hard drive with the same connector as the Connor hard drives in the LTE 286. So now I have an adapter for that laptop. And should it like this compact flash card, oh, that's what the disc is for, which actually, I probably do need the disc. So thank you for sending me the disc, Jesse. Yes, actually, I can definitely use this, Jesse. But Jesse also sent me the setup disc for the LTE and LTE 286. So thank you, Jesse. And I could definitely use the battery, because I have more than one LTE 286 in various states of repair and disrepair. So yes, I can definitely use the battery in one of them. In fact, I could probably use the setup disk in one of them. In fact, actually, the one that I looked at a couple weeks ago, I'm actually curious if it might just boot into the setup disk, because the floppy drive sounded like it might be working. But anyways, we're not going to look at that tonight. So thank you, Jesse, for... now, granted, I bought these things from his web store, but thank you, Jesse, for the speedy service and the personalized shipping experience, because not every eBay seller will give you that, even if they know you've bought from them before. Jack says, barbaric, writing directly on a floppy with a Sharpie. Well, there's one good thing about that, Jack, and that's that if the label can't fall off. Hi, Stian, welcome. Yes, the label cannot fall off. So, anyways, that's why I bought these items, because I got a couple laptops that need some parts. So, thanks again, Jesse. We'll be looking at some of those items in the near future. And the other item I have here is actually one that I was bidding on during a live stream that I managed to win. So this comes to us from an eBay seller in Tennessee. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Tennessee. This is an eBay auction purchase. So I actually did have to bid on it. I just chose to bid on it in the last few seconds of the auction to try to maximize the value of the items inside. So let's see what I picked up from Tennessee. So well, that's going to kind of ruin the surprise there. It's obviously VIC-20 stuff, right? No, not buying that. All right. Obviously, we have some Game Boy related stuff. So we have a Game Boy and a half, I believe. Is this a Harder Hacker's asking, is this a Nintendo VIC-20? Nope, it's a Game Boy. Oh, that's just weirdly folded bubble wrap with nothing in it. Okay. So let's take a further look at this. So, first of all, we have We have a Nintendo Game Boy shell. a Vic Boy. You all are funny. You know, it probably would be possible to somehow squeeze enough of a, that'd probably be an FPGA, but you could probably fit a VIC-20 in one of these. So we have a Game Boy shell. Hardware Hacker Super Chat. Thank you, Vic-20 Boy, for the win. Yeet. All right, we have a new plastic lens. I don't know if this is a third party or what, but it does have some buttons and more buttons, and we got a screwdriver. That's what's throwing me off. But that is the old lens there, which actually is in fairly decent shape. That might actually be reusable, especially if I put it on one of mine. And let's see here. This is going to be the tell. I am actually thinking this might be an aftermarket case. It looks suspiciously clean. Yeah, I don't see any leakage in it, so I'm thinking this might actually be an aftermarket case. Which is fine. That is totally fine. I have a Game Boy that needs to be put into something. Case in point, don't use Gorilla Glue to reattach the display. Because that ain't coming off, folks. And it's probably just as well because this Game Boy works, so I don't need parts to fix it. Says Justin, and then the Game Boy crashes instead of loading the game. All right. Let's try that again. Oh. Nope. I know why it didn't load the game, because what I didn't see were there was dots on the display, so it's having trouble reading the cartridge. I may need to clean the cartridge edge. Oh, interesting. Say something nice about your Game Boy, and then it just doesn't load your cartridge. Well, it was working last week. Oh, there we go. Oh, the batteries might... Oh, we might have a... The batteries might be going dead. That might be the problem. But there we go. Okay, so this Game Boy works. It just someone Gorilla Glued the screen on. There might be Gorilla Glue on the LCD itself, too. That might be sad. Anyways, so at least I have a shell, but you're probably thinking, but wait a minute, Justin. What's this? All right. We'll get to that. But yeah, I think we have one aftermarket shell, which I'll deal with putting the things back in the shell so that they actually fit. And this is probably what sealed the deal on the auction, which I think I got these for like... So the opening bid was like $29.99, and I think I won them with a bid of like $34 or something like that. So we do have a sad Nintendo Game Boy. It has unfortunately taken some damage to its LCD screen. It has also had some battery leakage in it. But I am curious if we put batteries in it. some nice brand new Do It Best batteries. There is a slight story behind these batteries, but anyways, these are from the local Do It Best hardware store. All right, so if I put batteries in and we turn it on. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It chimed. The screen is dead, but it chimed. So this might actually work after replacing the LCD screen. Nice. Yeah, what sealed the deal on the auction and why I was willing to pay more than the starting bid was the fact that it had a second Game Boy. Or actually, it was probably more accurately, it had a Game Boy that was broken, so that means I can repair it, along with a shell. I thought it was a used shell, but it looks like it's an aftermarket one. But that's fine. That's fine. So I've got parts to repair my Game Boy that has a Gorilla Glued-on lens, and a Game Boy that I can fix. And I'll probably put an aftermarket screen in it. So one that'll have an original screen and one with an aftermarket screen. So there we go. That was that eBay purchase. I want to say the winning bid was like $34. So probably not a bad price. Oh, hi, Big Bad Biologist. Welcome. And now that I've got the Big Bad Biologist here, I might have to add that there might have to be some jank involved. Stan says, quote, "What made me willing to pay more than the opening bid is that it was broken." No, actually, it was that it wasn't just one, it was 1.5. Hi, Gupbum, welcome. You missed Wheel of Regrets, and you missed what I picked up at the swap meet. But we're going to go on a little side story. So Saturday, I went to the hardware store. Oh, Stian says, makes sense, but the way you put it was funny. Yes. So I went to the hardware store to get batteries, because I was going to try to fix my Game Boy Color on Saturday, but I needed batteries to see what it did if you put batteries in it, and I was completely out of AA batteries. Spoiler alert, it does exactly what the thrift shop owner told me it did on batteries, and that was nothing. It will not run on batteries. It only I need to find the power adapter. But anyways, he said it only runs if you put a power adapter, not on batteries, and it does exactly what he said it did. Or rather, it does not do exactly what he said it did not do. But while I was driving to the hardware store, I saw signs for an estate sale. Jack says it sounds fixable. Yeah, I've got battery terminals from Console 5. I'm suspecting the battery terminals are just too corroded. But anyways, I saw signs for an estate sale, and I was like, I don't really want to go to an estate sale, but I don't recognize the address. Let me look up where it is. And I realized it was practically behind the hardware store. It was going to take me like a minute to get there. I was like, you know, that's so close, I'd better stop, because I go to so many of these sales and there's absolutely nothing I'm interested in. I'll stop at this one and I'm probably going to see absolutely nothing I'm interested in. So I get there. I didn't see anything driving there, but I was trying to make sure I didn't hit any cars that were parked on the side of the street. And so I noticed they had stuff in the garage, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to see that from the street. Let me actually walk up there, see what they got. And as soon as I got to the end of the driveway, to walk up the driveway, Thank you for another Super Chat, Hardware Hacker. Please show the certificate of regret to Game Boy. Thank you. I saw at the far end of the driveway 2 items that immediately caught my eye, and I immediately... Okay. Okay, we're going back to the box. Hold on. Let me find the box. Well, let me finish my story, because it's almost over. So I see at the far end of the driveway 2 items that immediately catch my interest. I make a beeline straight past the people running the sale, hoping they don't notice that I am making a beeline towards 2 items. And I start looking inside them, and he starts telling me that, yeah, one of them's got a hard drive, and it's going to boot into an old version of Mac OS X, but the other one doesn't have a hard drive. So, yeah, at the estate sale, they had 2 Power Mac G4s. One of them was a Quicksilver, the other was a mirrored drive door, priced $20 each. I picked them both up for a total of $35. He also had a stack of Windows XP era laptops that were of no interest, so I did not pick those up. We'll look at those Power Macs at some point soon. Possibly Thursday's stream. But anyways, all right. We've had a request from Hardware Hacker to go back to the Certificate of Regret from Jesse. So their gut bomb can see the custom packing. And I open it up. John says, G4 power supplies of regret. Yeah, I'm fairly sure my luck's going to run out with the one of these G4s. So, a dot matrix printed thumbnail, hand-printed note. Yeah, it's a certified regretful. But it has my order in it, so I got some CMOS batteries and a compact flash card adapter for a Connor hard drive. So, thumbnail of an LTE. Well, one of the items in this box is for an LTE Elite. The other's for an Armada. Well, one's for an LTE Elite. One is for an Armada, which I've not had on the channel yet, other than I think on a Wheel of Regrets, but I've not actually pulled it open to inspect it on the channel. But now at least I have a CMOS battery, so that one I can queue up. And then one of them is actually seemingly for a compact LTE 286, but I actually ordered it for the KLH laptop. So there we go. Now Gutbomb sees the certificate of regret. Now you know that I picked up 2 Power Macs at an estate sale. What you don't know yet is the items I picked up on a marketplace deal. Those will get their own. Those are going to get their own stream soon. Those we might actually start to look at on Monday. So, I guess before we get to the 2SI, because we're almost there. So don't worry, we are almost to the 2SI. Thursday is going to start at the normal time, so it'll be a 9 p.m. start. Next Monday, I am going to start at possibly 6 p.m. Eastern, because I have the day off from work, because it's Labor Day. I might start even earlier than that, because I have a stack of stuff I'd like to go through. So, one of the things I'm thinking of looking at next Monday is the box of items I drove to Harrisonburg on Friday night to go pick up. If you go watch the shorts on my channel, you will get a hint as to what it is. So go check out my hint. Yes, I did pick them up at a bowling alley. I was not kidding. I was not in the parking lot to then go walk somewhere. The person that listed them on Marketplace, I believe, was either the manager or the owner of the bowling alley. he had all his marketplace stuff in a back room that they don't use for other events. So I did literally pick the items up at a bowling alley. And then what you didn't see on YouTube was I then stopped at Klein's Dairy Bar, which if you are in Harrisonburg, I think they have a couple of convenient locations. I would recommend Klein's Dairy Bar. The milkshake I had was quite delicious, so I think they're a Harrisonburg staple. Because he was telling me that, oh, you can turn left out of our parking lot and go down a block or two and then get on 81 north to go an exit or two up and then get back onto 33. And I'm like, no, I think instead I'm going to turn right out of your parking lot and then conveniently find myself at Klein's. And we both laughed. Yeah, it's a short on YouTube, yes. But anyways, Francois says in this PHP code that he's looking at, some comments are actually Russian. Oh, wow. Multi-hour. Yeah, I'm thinking of actually doing a 6-hour stream next Monday, so keep an eye out for that. The short will give you a clue as to what I'm thinking of looking at. So, there we go. Now, I don't know that we'll be able to, we will have to review what I bought so that I can order parts. But don't worry, I have a couple more of that same item that I have parts to actually do work on them. So I think I do have enough for 6 hours of live stream. I also did order parts for or at least some parts for my SNES today. Because, well, yeah. The seller had 2 left of 2 items that I was going to order. But anyways. Francois says, seems the intern just copied code from Stack Overflow or something without even bothering to translate comments. Oh. Anyways. Alright, so I think with that, we've looked at a couple regrets. We've looked at a couple swap meet pickups. And I mentioned the estate sale pickup and the marketplace pickup. So, without further ado, I think it's time for me to go grab the IIsi logic board and the power supply. And we are going, and I've got the Mauser order right to my left. Yeah, I said that funny, didn't I? The Mauser order with parts in it is right off camera. I know exactly where it is. So let me go grab the IIsi logic board and the power supply. And we are going to... I think I am first going to put the power supply the rest of the way together. And then we will take a look at the logic board. Because I did order parts from Amazon to put the power supply together. So let me go grab those so we can get to what you all came here for. Alright, hold please. Well, actually, to put the power supply the rest of the way together, that would require me to figure out what I did with the parts. Alright. Or at least we're going to start to put this power supply together. Although, I did realize someone made a comment during the stream, so I figured I would pull these out. These were setting on my IIsi. So I have 2 video cards. One of which, there you go. It's a radius. No, it's a raster ops 264. So there you go. Failed testing the IIsi, but I'm not sure the IIsi is necessarily the pinnacle of engineering. Yeah, eBay regret? Question mark. Wrong mode on adapter? Question mark. Not compatible with IIsi? Question mark. Yeah. All right, and the other one. Corruption of bottom of screen at 640 by 480 by 24-bit. Probably bad RAM, and the only reason why I even bothered to mention these is someone mentioned Apple Trident card, and I am not kidding when I say that Apple did actually make a Trident card. However, in this case, that was probably the nickname because it's a Apple ASIC on it. Anyways, yes. This video card, which I forget what it's called, it's got some uncreative name. That is apparently the card that was known as the Trident card. And I managed to find one that had the logo on the bottom. Later versions of the card, I think they had to remove it. I have a feeling someone probably sent a strongly worded complaint to Apple over that. And it's quite possible that someone was Trident. Or maybe someone thought that was just too childish. I don't know. No. The 264 did nothing. The Rastrops 264 card did nothing. This card, the bottom of the screen was corrupted at 640 by 480 at 24-bit color. Which tells me that I think one of these, one or two of these VRAMs is bad. Because it was in a checkerboard pattern, so I have a feeling 2 of those 4 VRAMs is bad. Or hopefully not one of those 74F399s, because those are not made today. Anyways, so if anyone asks, do I have an Apple Trident card? The question is yes. Of course I do. But it doesn't work. Like all of my other regrets that I bought on eBay. So, yeah. But the only reason I thought to even grab those is they were sitting on top of the IIsi. So, I would like to finish putting this power supply together. Or at least more of the way together so that I can put the lid on it because of reasons. Stian's asked, I missed it. Why doesn't that card work? Which card? The Raster Ops or the Apple Trident card? Because why the Raster Ops card doesn't work, I don't know. I never saw, my monitor never indicated there was a signal coming out of it. The Apple Trident card, the bottom half of the screen had a checkerboard pattern where it was kind of a rectangular checkerboard pattern where one rectangle was correct and the other rectangle was black. And that continued. It may have started at like the 2/3 way down the screen. But anyway, the bottom half to third of the screen was corrupted in a checkerboard-like pattern where only half the screen was correct, but in a checkerboard pattern. I presume it's bad VRAM, but I don't have any chips right offhand to replace them, so it's not. I was just trying to test a IIsi. I wasn't trying to repair a video card when I found the problem. That's why I've taped a note on it. Probably bad VRAM. Because it only did it on 24-bit mode. I think 8-bit color looked correct. I don't remember any corruption on it. Alright. So, for this card, and I'm going to have to go look the instructions up, because I don't remember what size standoffs it... Oh, wait, I remember what size it said to use now. It said, yeah, it was 6mm. So, these ones here, which, yep, so the 6mm by 6 ones, and then some 6mm screws, and then oh, hold on. Why did I order separate screws? Oh, probably because I needed hex nuts, of course. And flat washers. Okay. It was cheaper to buy another set than it was to... Anyways, so what I am doing is... So for this power-up board that I had PCBs manufactured for, so that I didn't have to wait for them to become available by another means. I ordered the power supply board that the project recommended, and it's not one I would normally order. I mean, I don't know that there's necessarily anything inherently unsafe about the design, other than it's an isolated power supply, and it's not connected to earth ground. So that would potentially mean that the IIsi is going to be the voltage rails are going to be floating, which could cause problems if you plug certain things into the computer. So all right, so I am going to put some washers under these screws so that they don't just simply go through the holes, which actually means I need longer screws. So I think I actually need probably the 8mm screws. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if they were trying to imitate McMaster Carr. I am very curious how this goes together too, but I'm also have to admit I've pondered ways to improve upon this design. One way I probably would... Hardware Hacker says, a big padpologist knows about floating components. Yeah. I have often, I have put some thought towards how I would redesign this board. And one of the things I would probably do is change the design so that it could use a Meanwell power supply. That, yep, the power supply might be a little bit more expensive, but it would probably also be more reliable. It also would... The Meanwells usually have a earth ground connection to them. which would mean they are... Jack says, please do redesign it, Justin. Yes. Yes, the Meanwell supplies usually have an earth-ground connection on them, which that is actually a good thing. You're probably thinking, well, yeah, having an earth-ground is a good thing. And not having floating voltages is a good thing. Because, for example, if the voltages really are floating because there's no ground connection, and let's say you plug in an external... Oh, these screws are... Oh, screws are too tall for the standoffs. Yeah, if you say you've got a floating power supply, which if you're just using the Mac IIsi by itself, probably no harm. I think if you plugged in a monitor, the way the monitor works, I don't think you're going to see an issue if you have a floating power supply. But the problem would come in where if you wanted to use a serial device, let's say you want to hook your IIsi up to, I don't know, an image writer or a maybe a serial to MIDI adapter or something like that. I would be concerned with a floating power supply. You might actually could potentially have some voltage differential that could cause issues. And I only say this because I've heard of field service technicians for industrial controls where they took a laptop with a standard serial adapter or something like that, and they tried to hook their laptop up while it was on battery power to the serial port on the industrial controller that was on the rack, and because their battery was basically their laptop was basically floating voltage because it had no earth ground reference, they fried the serial port on their laptop when they plugged it into the industrial controller, which did have an earth ground reference, and usually serial ports are grounded. So, kind of one of those, yeah, you can get away with floating voltages for some things, but it could be a problem if you really wanted to do something creative with your Mac. Oh, hi, Joseph. Welcome. Joseph is asking, I know you mostly do Macs, but do you think you will do Amigas like the 500 or 2000? Well, problem number one to doing Amigas is actually getting one. There was an Amiga 500 at the swap meet, and it probably was a fair price for what it was. But I had to pass on it because, well, I didn't sell enough at the swap meet to justify just full sending one. All right. So, anyways, if I got an Amiga, I would totally do some Amiga repairs. But the problem is I don't have any Amigas. If you're wondering, the Amiga 500 at the swap meet was $300. Let me see if I can remember. It was was in working condition, other than the hard drive may have been bad. And oh, hi Jamie's Hack Shack, welcome. Yeah, I think the hard drive was bad and it didn't have a power adapter. But I don't remember seeing anything about battery damage. But it was kind of I really didn't have $300 to swing on an Amiga. Although, if anyone saw pictures of the swap meet, you might have realized that I did have a few items on my table that I would have been willing to swap. But I didn't have anything that the person selling the Amiga didn't already have, so there was no opportunity to swap for it. I didn't even have to ask, because Joseph says, yeah, without a power supply, maybe not worth it. Yeah, that would have been the other thing. It wouldn't have had a power supply. It did have a trapdoor expansion RAM, but I think it said the hard drive was failing. Yeah, and it didn't have a power supply, so it was kind of one of those. I might have traded for it. If I'd been able to trade for it, then I might have. I very well might have traded for it, but yeah, I didn't have anything that I knew I could offer for a trade. To even broach the topic, I don't know if they would have wanted to swap hardware, but anyways, yeah, if I can get an Amiga, I totally would. I have nothing against them, but it's just I don't have an Amiga, and they're usually quite pricey. So, anyways, so let's continue with this. So this is not an actual brand name Pico PSU. It's the knockoff version that was recommended by the designer of this, which I was like, okay, fine. Like it'll at least probably last long enough for me to work on my IIsi, and I can always get a genuine one when I put something together. Hi Joe, welcome. I'm trying to button this power supply up so that I can button it up and then only have to look at the external shell. So anyways, I am now looking for my wire cutters so I can... Oh, wait. Hold on. Anyways, yeah. Oh, I also do PCs, too. And some of the other platforms are kind of the same. I would probably do them if I had access to them, but... yeah, you might have noticed that correctly, Jack. You may have noticed that. And that might also be why I was wanting to button it up. I may have not done that last stream so that it had the minimum amount of complying with the attribution license. But yeah, now that I have attributed where it came from on that other stream, I am conveniently just kind of putting it together, and it may be because I don't feel like removing this connector from the board as to why part of it's still in the case. But yeah, at some point I've got some ideas on. I'll just have to sit down and redesign the circuit, because I think this is Oh, I don't remember what the Creative Commons license on it was, but I think it was oh yeah, Creative Commons 4.0 BY NC So no derivatives. I mean, myself, I prefer no integrals, but whatever. You know, I don't know what gauge wire this is, but it's probably... Given the size of the jacket... Oh, okay, it's probably 18 gauge. Alright, so the nice thing is... Yeah, no derivative works non-commercial. So anyways... Yeah, I'll have to, like... If I do improve upon the design, I'll have to start from scratch, in other words. Jack says, it's kind of weird thing to have a license on, given that there's nothing to it. Yeah, I mean, the circuit really is quite simple. There's really nothing special to it. I mean, the power-up circuit's probably the most sophisticated thing on it. I mean, the only other thing that would be of any potential use would be the shape of the PCB. Harder Hacker says, I see what you did there with the math joke. Yeah. I mean, the power-up circuit on this board is basically a transistor and two resistors. Oh, no, a transistor and a resistor, excuse me, because the second resistor is for the LED. Although, in other news, yeah, Jack says, well, I think Apple/Sony had a lot of influence on the shape of the PCB that fits in that case. Yeah, that is totally correct. Because quite honestly, Apple probably told Sony how big they wanted the power supply, and Sony probably made them a power supply to fit the footprint. Okay, this is like... Yeah, I do not like these terminals. But anyways, I no, I really do not like these terminals. I might actually just have to, yeah. I have to go upstairs and find my ferrule crimpers. All right. Hold, please. Let's see if I can do this a second time. Yeah, I've got ferrules upstairs. I think they're upstairs. The question is... All right, let me see if I got ferrules. Or the crimpers. Because I think I'm going to need to use some. All right, I'm hoping they're with the ferrules. I think I've got the ferrules upstairs. Because, yeah, I had a wire strand come out of the wires. They're not really fitting in the terminals that well. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let me go upstairs and I know where the ferrules are. The question's going to be, is my set of crimpers with the ferrules? So I hopefully will be back downstairs in a minute or two. If it takes longer, then you know that the ferrule crimpers are not with the ferrules. Yeah, we want to stop those stray wire strands because this terminal here is awful. In fact, you can probably see it's twisted in the board, which that really bothers me. The fact that it was able to twist. Maybe it's just the plastic housing that twisted, but I am a bit concerned about that. So much so that I'm tempted to go look up when I ordered this on Amazon to see if I'm still in the return period. Oh, good. I am still in the return period. All right, so if this power supply is awful, I can still return it. You could just take the off the connector and solder the wires into the PCB. I actually like that idea more than me going to try to find the ferrule crimpers. So let's go ahead and warm up the soldering iron, and I'm just going to solder those wires to the power supply. In fact, I'll solder the AC wires to the power supply too. You can't have loose wire strands if they're all soldered together with solder. And if the power supply doesn't... Hardware Hacker says it's so bad it's terminal. Yeah, badoom boom. And believe me, I was totally tempted to add a strip of copper tape to this board. And actually, if I'm going to take this power supply off, I may very well do it. I will elaborate. Because I was tempted to add a earth ground that was not on this board. All right, so there we go. There's our two terminals. So yeah, we'll just desolder that and solder in the wires. And I'll just probably go ahead and solder the AC wires, incoming wires there. But I was tempted to do this, and now that I'm pulling this board off, I think maybe I will. But I've got this copper tape here that Gutbomb sent me. And I do know that the screws on the power supply board are connected to earth ground, or should probably be. So if I would take some of this copper tape here and maybe probably leave a little bit of a gap. I don't want it to be too close to the power supply, so maybe put it about like that. And I have a method to my madness. I know, what an unfortunate location to line up with the spot on the power supply where there's an earth ground. It's just an unfortunate coincidence. Such an unfortunate coincidence that if I was going to add an earth ground, that I really practically have to put this tape right here. So that the tape coincides with one of the screw holes for the power supply. What an unfortunate coincidence indeed. Because that's the screw hole. Because quite honestly, if I'm doing what I'm doing, so that gives us an earth ground point there. But I think the screw will... I may need to get a star washer. Yeah, I mean, it's not intended for adding a little ground. Oh, no, I'm actually trying to add a ground connection here. So but it also is covering something up. But yeah, I am trying to add a ground connection. So this tape does have a purpose. I may have made it a bit longer than it needed to be, but it will let me solder a wire over to it on this side. So there is a method to my madness. And I should probably note that you probably shouldn't try this at home, at least not without someone testing it first to make sure that there's not some unforeseen consequence. But yeah, basically, the high-level summary of what I am trying to do is add a point to where I can attach the earth ground screw, the earth ground point, back onto the power supply board. Jack says, Justin, I think you are testing it for unforeseen consequences, so we will all know. Yes. Anyways, so there is a ground wire coming off the power supply leads. So I am trying to get this so that I have a point on the PCB where I can put one of the screws through it and it will make contact with the copper. That way, then hopefully I will more or less have an earth ground connection to the metal shell, so this will be grounded. Oh, I should probably note, I do deal with high voltages at work, so I at least have an inkling what I'm doing, but this is not a tutorial. If these changes do work, though, it's probably a change I will incorporate into a completely new design, to where I could actually have the ground plane in the PCB. There's a GF. My workbench is on a GFCI, so yes, I have GFCI. I do know it works because I've accidentally tripped it before. But anyways, what I'm trying to do, the method to my madness, is I want to restore a ground connection, and it just so happens that I believe this screw hole here is going to be the one that this wire is going to line up to. I mean, that is it is just kind of an unfortunate coincidence that I needed to cover that text up so that I could attach the ground wire to it. I was just an unfortunate coincidence that that is the point that that wire is going to connect to. I mean, I could have probably used this one too, and in fact, I am somewhat tempted to like, just to make sure I have a really good ground connection. I am also tempted to do this, and I'll put a blob of solder between the two pieces of tape because I don't know that there would be electrical conductivity between the adhesive. And I will add, ideally, this ground in the PCB would actually be like a ground layer in the PCB. Because I don't know how heavy this copper tape is in relation to, say, a 1 mil or a 2 mil PCB. So that is why I'm calling this experimental. Jack says 15 minutes later, the board is completely covered in copper foil tape. We don't need to completely cover it in copper foil tape. I just want a couple of these screws to make a good connection. So, what I'm going to do now is, because this is a piece of tape, I'm going to put a solder blob here after I find my safety glasses because they've run away. I moved some things around on my workbench while I was getting things ready for the sale. And, oh, there they are. Hopefully the adhesive doesn't come loose with heat. All right, so I have used this tape before to make repairs. So I've got that Pet Keys Vic 20 that had some bad traces. And I did use this adhesive tape to make repairs. I think it will be fine for a small blob. Yeah, I'm just adding a tiny solder bridge between the pieces of tape. So I'm trying not to add excessive heat to actually lift the tape. I just want there to be some sort of a conductive element between the pieces of tape. Just like that. I don't think I heated that up. I don't think that came anywhere hot enough to actually melt the adhesive. Yeah, basically, I went in, I soldered, and I got out. That was the... So, all right. So now, if I measure a point from, like, say, here to here... Yep, that's 0.1 ohms. And then I think if I check from this piece of tape here all the way to over here, 0.1 ohms. And I think that's basically my probe. So yeah, we've got a nice ground connection. We are well grounded. Now, I do have to admit, there was one thought I had, but I'm not going to do it tonight. Yeah, testing tape for continuity, exactly. Because now the thing is, when I put this back together, and in fact, I will, I think I might have covered the screw hole by accident, but that's embarrassing. Oh, no, I actually put the solder... Actually, that's actually a good place for the solder. It's like right beside the screw. So now I think, just as a test, and I'll do it on this side here. If I put a screw in, ideally, I'd probably have star washers. And actually, probably what I'll do next time I'm at a place that sells star washers, I'll probably get a couple so I can put between the screw and the copper tape just to kind of bite down a little bit to make sure that there is a nice conductive path. Although, not an aggressive star washer, because that would just mangle the tape. Actually, the way I've done this, maybe it might be better if I don't use a star washer. But anyways, if I now put a probe on the metal casing and a probe here. All right. Yeah, I've got a path to Earth. All right, so again, I'm prototyping because this will give me information if I redesign this. So yeah, if I redesign this with a ground layer, I would make it so that there was actually a copper pad on the board and you could use a, like this style of washer. It has a little bit of a bite to it, but not anything that screwing it down once is going to like eat through your copper layer. Gentle star washer. Or actually, if I made a PCB, you could probably tin the copper pad, and then that'd give you more of a surface for the star washer to bite into without scraping it. Hardware Hacker says, what am I heading the... Oh. Why am I think he's trying to... Hardware Hacker is trying to say, why am I hearing the Mario Invincible Star music in my head? Ah! Yes! I guessed it. Yes. All right. I don't know. Yeah, darn autocorrect. Anyways, look, I deal with high voltage electronics at work, so this is a change I'm making to prototype it for maybe redesigning the board to add some improvements to it. So the other thing that I'm going to do, so I'm going to go ahead and let me go ahead and desolder the power connector. And to do that, I'm going to add some leaded solder because I have a feeling this is probably lead-free solder on the board. In fact, I'm possibly going to have to up my solder temperature. Maybe not. Maybe not. And I'm doing that not because this is old solder, although it actually doesn't look like the greatest of soldering jobs, if I had to say. But, Stian says, I am hearing the great Gianna sisters. There's a game I need to pull out and play. I've not played that one myself. Alright, so I think this connector should probably just come right off the board. Might need a little bit of persuasion. yeah, it's definitely a cheap power supply. All right, let's try this again. Other thing I'm tempted to do, although I have to go see if I can find a piece of wire to do it, is tempted to connect the DC negative of this power supply to ground, because that'll um, that way this 12-volt power supply is referenced to ground for its 12 volts, and then it's not floating. And then you don't have any of the unfortunate side effects from a floating power supply. There we go. I got the connector off. It does not instill a lot of confidence. Francois says, I just spent 30 minutes fixing only white space ugliness. Oh, the code's that bad. Oh, right. That's right. You said that it looked like the code had been pulled in from somewhere like Stack Overflow with the original Russian comments intact. Yeah, I could see how that would require spending lots of time on white space corrections. All right, so I am going to put the wires through. I am making sure that I have the red wire through the positive and the black wire through the negative, because I am assuming possibly too much. I'll check the legend on the Pico ATX clone if it has one. I mean, at least I think this is actually copper wire they used on this, because it is copper colored. Oh, I just realized there is such a thing called copper clad aluminum. It could be that. All right. There we go. Very nice. Now we have two connections there that I do need to find my wire cutters. But now I don't have to worry about wire strands. One less thing to worry about. I'll clean up the flux residue when I get the rest of the soldering done. refresh this a little bit better. There we go. All right. So there we go. We've got the, oh, good. And this power supply does have the plus and minus marked on the silk screen. So assuming that's correct, we now have a Pico power supply with just the right amount of wires to fit the board. All right, very nice. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to create a ground connection. Actually, let me see if I can find a little here we go. I've got a power supply. I've got a power supply in my scrap bin. Let me see if it's got a ground wire on it. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack a ground wire onto the negative side of this power supply so I can then ground reference the DC output. Because then that means the 12 volt coming out of this will be 12 volts. And then as if you connect it to some other serial device, you don't potentially run the risk of there being a large voltage differential. So let me go see if I can find a 18 gauge wire to use as a ground. That is the one important thing. I want to make sure the gauge is properly sized. So let me go see if I can find a ground wire. I'm not lost. I'm still just trying to find a proper gauge wire. So There we go. I found a wire that'll work. I'll just put some heat shrink tubing on it, just to make sure I don't short it out against anything on the bottom of this power supply. But it's a solid core copper wire. It will totally work. I'll just guess it has the one added benefit of it won't shouldn't bend out of place. Alright, so if I tack that there to the negative side, alright, I'll put that there. And then put a so I put some heat shrink tubing on this to make sure I don't accidentally touch solder pads on the bottom. Ideally, I would find a stranded wire, but I don't have one. What's happening with this wire? We're using a solid gauge wire where I would probably ideally use a stranded wire. I don't have a stranded 18 gauge wire that I can find. Oh, we are doing something that most normal consumers would never probably realize, that because most people probably don't ever deal with floating power supplies. But basically, I'm just trying to make sure this power supply is not going to be a floating power supply. So if I would plug it into some like MIDI equipment connected to the Mac serial port, that I don't like do weird things. Yeah, I am tying DC neutral to earth ground because that references the power supply to earth ground. I just don't want to obviously short something to ground that's not supposed to be shorted to ground. This is why when I create a new version of this power supply, I will be using a Meanwell power supply, which is properly tied to ground. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to I don't think that's going to work. All right. Um, yeah, it's something we do. We do at work on test fixtures, so that the voltages on the test fixture are not floating. Because the problem with floating power supplies is not necessarily when it's operating. And there are times when you want a floating power supply. For example, I think on a ship, when it's out in the middle of the sea, well, obviously, no pun intended, you're going to have a floating power supply. Because there is no earth ground to really reference. But yeah, I think most consumer devices that have an earth ground are going to reference, are going to have an earth ground reference somewhere. And maybe just by the fact that I am going to have this power supply grounded, maybe that's enough to give a ground reference. Yeah, it depends on if you have a 2-pin or a 3-pin electrical device. But since the 2SI's power supply has a ground connection, that wire is not going to work. So I guess I'll just, for now, I'll be satisfied that I am tying the power supply chassis to ground, and we'll settle for that at the moment. I guess that way, at least if I have a fault, then the AC, for example, if the AC wires were to come loose, then at least, I just realized I forgot to do something. I was going to solder the AC wires. Waiting for the spill. I spilled it pouring it, which is not usually what I do, so. Alright, let's, alright, so. Yeah, for now, I'm going to just, like, ignore trying to tie DC neutral to ground, because I don't have a proper wire. I'll experiment with that later if needed. Let me solder the AC wires, though. I guess the important thing is that's the other reason why the earth ground connection is there. So if there were a fault in the power supply, like one of the AC wires came loose and touched the metal side of the enclosure, then it would trip your GFCI or arc fault circuit breaker. I think most arc fault circuit breakers will also trip for a ground fault. Or I guess in some cases, it would at least, if you had a short to ground, then it would probably at least trip the circuit breaker because of a short circuit on the circuit. So I will settle for that for now, that at least I am trying to tie the enclosure to ground so that at least there is a, how about a bundle of red magnet wire? I need it to be an actual, it needs to be enough of a conductor for tying it to ground to work. I'll find a small piece of stranded wire or something, or I might be able to tie the 12-volt side of the power supply to ground. No, well, and maybe because this is supposedly an isolated power supply, maybe I'm actually overdoing it. For something like this, I would normally just prefer to use a non-isolated power supply. Or I should probably clarify, this power supply board on the Amazon description was listed as an isolated power supply, which I believe is simply meaning that the inside and the outside are going to be separated by the transformer. I think on a non-isolated power supply, the high side and the low side are um, not separated with a transformer. Oh, that's why I can't get those out. I just realized there's actually two. Oh yeah, speaking of these two terminals, and I should probably clarify that it's the DC neutral that I would be tying to earth ground, not the AC neutral. Yeah, you don't want to tie the AC neutral to ground. That would be bad, but it's the DC neutral to ground. That's how you ground reference a DC power supply. Again, for the YouTube rules, it's educational only. All right, but we'll. All right, I'm glad I decided to solder the wires because I'm not impressed by the quality of this AC um, power connector. I think maybe I. There we go. There's the one side. There's the other side. All right. So I think I want the if I can figure it out, I think I want the hot wire to be the one closer to this screw. Because then because this is the one terminal of the fuse and it's connected to this trace. So I think I'd rather the fuse be on the hot side than the neutral side. So let me see if I can figure out this. think what I want to do is this is the original power connector. So I do need to remove this wire. Actually, I think I got a better idea for this. There we go. I just cut that wire as close as I could to the basically what I'm doing is I'm removing the power wires to the pass-through power because we're not going to have pass-through power. And then I want to put this wire here. I just basically want the hot and neutral wires from the incoming power. All right, so that's the wire that goes through the relay. So that means all right, and let's see here if I can't. I may have to remove the wires from this ferrite. There we go. All right, so basically what we should have now is a hot and a neutral wire coming off the incoming power connection. Good evening, Ryan Labs. Welcome. We've got the ground from the ground lug. And I still have the safety caps attached. There shouldn't be any problem leaving them, and they're not reefas. So now I need to see. I think I am going to have to remove them from the ferrite. So otherwise the wires won't be long enough. Probably added for FCC compliance, but considering I'm replacing the guts of the power supply, well, I'm not too worried about that. All right, so right, there we go. Got hot and neutral. I believe, yep, the hot should be the brown wire. And the neutral should be the white wire. And I'm soldering the wires just to prevent the possibility of loose solder strands, or loose wire strands. Bend those wires back up. There's the Now, let me shorten that up because that one was way too long. All right. Now, all right. Good night, Hardware Hacker. Thanks for joining. Hopefully, I'll get the rest of this put together here real soon. There we go. That should be a really nice, solid AC connection. Quite honestly, I'll probably just leave this power supply converted. I've got another one I can try to repair. All right, so now if I put the... Oh. Okay, first I need to replace the standoff here that I royally melted. There we go. Now, let me reattach this power supply to this PCB. I'm using these these standoffs here just because there's enough clearance under the board, and these are easier to tighten down. All right, there we go. So now, should be able to turn that there. And then power supply should snap in like that. There we go. So now, yep, there we go. Okay. So now I have the DC connected to the Pico PSU clone. The AC is connected into the power supply here. I've added a ground strip to allow the power supply enclosure to get an earth ground in the event of any faults. So if, say, a wire broke or there's a still managed to have a loose wire strand or inside of it or something, then we'll trip a GFCI or a breaker and not potentially have a live conductor just floating around waiting for a person to touch the power supply. Also why I'm going to put the screw through the ground wire here. If I can find the... There we go. There we go. Now we got a ground wire. ground wire reference. So now I need to go find the screws for the power supply, but that should be... I need to find the hardware bag for this power supply, so I should somewhere have a screw that'll go in there, and then the top lid, which I think has a screw that goes in there, and then I will have a fully assembled power supply with a... yeah, we don't want a person to be the shortest path to ground, so that is the purpose of that. That is the safety purpose of the tape. Because I do want our... yeah. Anyways, yeah, Sedmac says, live conductors are not great in that situation. Thomas Armstrong says, the 2CI... no, this is the 2SI power supply replacement. It just kind of also happens that the tape does a... it might be covering up the name of the product and some other information, but that is just an unfortunate consequence to adding a slight safety improvement to the power supply mod to make sure that there is a earth ground reference to the metal enclosure. I might go see if I can find a zip tie to maybe... yeah, all right, so let me go find the screw bag for the power supply, the top, and I'm going to go grab a zip tie because I do want to at least zip tie these wires away from this heatsink. So let me go. The hardware bag is going to be the harder one to find because the other day I figured out where my zip ties are. I put them over here on this shelf. So that if I come downstairs looking for zip tie, they're just right at the bottom of the stairs. All right. See if we can't. So the one thing about this mod is it's not going to have power pass through. And even if I redo this design, I wasn't totally sold on restoring the power pass through. Because I don't know how many people these days are actually plugging in a monitor into the power pass through. There we go. So at least my wires now are not touching that heatsink because I don't know how hot it might get. There we go. So now let's see here if I can't find the screws. I think that's one of them. There we go. There's that one. And then seems like maybe I should label this power supply, but I think it's pretty evident by looking at it that has something different about it. There we go. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, then again, it might just blend in nicely because it's got a daughter board, see? Oh, you can't see. See? Got a daughter board there. All right, there we go. Well, it's kind of not a genuine Sony now, but there we go. That feels nice that is entirely enclosed. So smash that like button if you like when we close up projects. Yep, smoke test time. All right, so I am actually going to entrust this with the IIsi logic board. That's the only way I know of to get this to power up is to actually put it on a IIsi board. So let's see here. Power supply goes here. Um, Let me see if I can find something to wedge under the side here to kind of keep it from levitating midair. No, that's not going to work. Nope, that's too tall. Oh, wait a minute. This little box here will probably work. Assuming my address is not on the bottom side, which it's not. It's a, Okay, so I believe... Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to look this up. Because this is a 2SI, therefore... It's got sync on green. So that means I'm going to need to look up the instructions for... setting the... Oh. Oh, All right, we gotta wait for my bookmarks to sync. Hold, please. Or, you know, it might be faster for me to just go to Tinker Different. I just realized I updated the page, and someone... React... Oh, wait, no, I think it's the... Alright, I'll find it here. Oh, there we go. Found the page. Alright, I'm looking for the adapter settings. Because the ones marked on the back are for... standard sync. Alright, so for sync on green, it's 1, 2, and 1 and 2 on A. And 7 on B. It is like the only setting that works on the IIsi. So I've got... Alright, I got video. I've got a video connection. I guess that's all we're going to have. Alright. So, plugging in the power supply. Alright. Let me turn on the plug on the smart outlet. Alright, so the power supply now has live voltage. Should probably plug in a keyboard. That would probably be smarter, because then I could use the soft power button for the initial smoke test. That would also mean that I can then accidentally knock over the box that was beside me and knock it over underneath my chair, making it extra hard for me to get up. Yes, I am backing away only because of the box I knocked over. Oh, there's a green light on inside of the power adapter, or the power supply. Green is good, right? There, I'll turn this light off so you could probably see that I think that 12-volt power, there, you probably see it. So at least I probably have the line voltage hooked up right. Alright, 3, 2, 1. And I have no idea if it actually turned on. Yeah, that could be a problem. Did it turn on? Let me try the... Nope. Alright, let's do this. I don't have a speaker connected because the IIsi's speaker is press fit. There's no like separate speaker connector. Alright, let me do this. I did turn the smart outlet off for doing that, so that at least I can see if the LED turns on over here. So I'm going to apply power. And... oh, that must be an LED on the... oh yeah, on the 12-volt power supply. So let me hit the soft power button again. All right. Looks like we have an LED on the Pico power supply. Oh, there we go. I actually have I've got my multi-sync monitor as, oh, there we go. I'm going to blame the fact that there's no capacitors on the board. I haven't recapped the 2SI board yet. There were a couple things I wanted to fix first. So there we go. The 12-volt power supply is power out. The Pico PSU has power out. And there's the red LED to indicate that power's on the 2SI. I could have done without all of those LEDs, but hey. All right, so there's the lines that we need to tackle. All right, so now that we know that the power supply is put together and it works, let's see if we can't tackle the lines. Although first I'm going to put the lid back on this power supply now that we know that it works. Just because there is an AC to DC power supply inside of it, and quite honestly, I don't want to accidentally. All right, hold on. The lid is somewhat stubborn. There we go. I got it. All right, so let me put the screw back in, and then that way we've got one enclosed power supply. No, it's not a sync problem. Yeah, there's no capacitors on the logic board. Now, I think the lines are being caused by one of these 4 chips being bad. I think the cap-related problem is it not powering up the first time. I think the video problem is one of those 4 transceivers. It's not reading one of the data lines. Because the thing is, I think those lines in the output are about every 32 pixels apart, which tells me that there's a data line problem. And I want to try to fix it before I recap the board. The other reason why I think there's a data line problem is because I can't use a ROM sim. And I believe the ROM sim is also on these buffer or transceivers. I'm having trouble following the schematics for the board. I am not 100% convinced I've followed them correctly, but the only thing that makes sense is that those transceivers are gating access to the memory. Anyways, I think one of these is bad. Now, that being said, I'm going to have to try to look at the schematic to make a guess as to which one I think it is. But don't worry. Do not worry. For I ordered parts from Mauser. And I should actually have 10. Count them, 10. 74 ALS 245s. Which is 6 more than's needed for this board if all 4 of them prove to be bad. I also do have the replacement transistors. I even ordered the diodes that are on the board. And if anyone was doubting, there you go. There's the 50 megahertz oscillator. I'm thinking that it's going to be... I'm thinking it's going to be the one for data lines 9 through 16. That is my best guess based on where the lines are in the picture. And that is going to mean the first one I am going to attempt to replace is going to be UF5. Which UF5 well, that actually maybe... okay, that doesn't make as much sense as I thought it would. Because that one's not next to a capacitor. I think we're going to start with UE5, and I'm just going to hope that I miscounted. Because UE5 is closest to these capacitors that obviously leak. And if replacing this one doesn't fix it, then I'm tempted to go to this one next, because it is closest to that capacitor. So, if I had my oscilloscope back together, I would pull the oscilloscope out and check the data line signals on the ROM sim, but I do not. So, instead, I am going to probably do what some people would prefer I don't, and that is I'm going to take a guess and remove a chip. I thought about reflowing it, but then I decided that, oh, Mike, we're looking at a 2SI. And hi, Mike. And yes, we are looking at the 2SI. Did I make a typo in my video description? All right, because there's no plastic around this chip, I'm just going to take some hot air and remove it. I mean, I realize the problem is probably that everyone would prefer a 2CI over top of 2SI, and autocorrect knows that you would very much prefer it, but the 2SI was an important part of Apple's history. Maybe not so important part. It was a crummy part of Apple's history. Right, that's not really coming off the way I want it to. Alright, so let's go for plan B. As in bismuth. Get it off the board. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Got it off the board. In fact, I think I've put enough heat in that the blob of chip quick here look at that. I was able to grab it off the board just as it started going from liquid to solid. So now I have a little little blob of chip quick. That came off the board. That came off the board better than I imagined. Now, I am actually tempted. I just thought of it something I might want to try here. It might be really weird. Let me clean the solder pads here. I am actually tempted to power the computer up without this chip for two things. First of all, I'd kind of like to see if I have a stripe in the video output, which would mean that this is indeed being a bus transceiver between the video and the video chip and the CPU. And if so, is there still a single line, or Jack's asking, I wonder if it will still start. So, two things I'd like to know. One is it still going to start? And two, did we go from a single line to a stripe? Or are we still going to see a single line because I got the wrong one? Because I'm having trouble following the schematics. See, the worst comes to worst, it's just not going to work at all. We'll get no video at all. It won't act like it's working. But if it does, then I'd kind of like to see what the video looks like. So let's, without further ado, oh, I think I turned the smart outlet off because I had the cover off on that. All right. So there we go. I got power. I'm going to bring up Droid Cam. All right. So 3, 2, 1. I can't tell if I actually hit the power button. I don't think I did. I don't see the other LEDs on. Let me remove and reapply power. And then let me hit the power button. Sorry for shaky cam. That doesn't seem like it's working now. All right. All right, let me check and make sure I don't have like a solder blob or something that I don't realize on the board. I don't think I do. Well, the thing is, I don't think the... I don't see the power supply... I don't see the soft power circuit powering up. Okay. Here's the weird thing. So I took the top of the power supply off previously. And then I was able to get it to power up. All right, so this... All right, so there we go. Doesn't seem like it's wanting to power up. Well, maybe that transceiver does something different than I thought it did. All right. I guess it's not going to work without that transceiver. I thought I would check. All right. Well, let's put another one on, I guess. Yeah, Jack says this Bomark schematic's hard to read. Yeah, that's why I'm not exactly sure what the function of that chip is. It looks like it's between... The drawing makes it look like it's between the CPU and the something something and the something something. Also possible I heat damaged something, but All right. All right. Well, let's take one of the 74 ALS 245s that I bought. I'm not exactly sure the... Oh, did I get the wrong package? Oh, man. That's annoying. All right. They don't fit the board. Okay, I ordered the wrong parts. Wonderful. Well, I'm only human. I tried to look at the data sheet, and I guess I probably got two part types mixed up. I do not have a good donor board, Thomas. My other 2SI board is in worse shape than this one. So I'm pretty sure that the ALS 245s on it are a no-go. I don't know that I have anything else with the ALS 245 on it. Hill of Mauser regrets, says Hardware Hacker. Yeah. I mean, I would say that I do have an IC tester. I can see if I have an adapter for it. I've got a... Oh, that's a 4-pin adapter. That's the wrong one. That's an 8-pin adapter. That's the wrong one. Hold on. How many pins is this chip? Hold, please, while I determine how many pins the chip has. I may have just found the adapter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. No, it's a 20-pin chip, and that's the 16-pin adapter. All right, that is not it. That is the SPI bus adapter. That is not it. That is a... Oh, okay. Well, that adapter has the right number of pins, but I think it's for a wider chip than this is, so that's annoying. Hold, please. I'm still looking to see if I've got an adapter. Oh, no, that is the adapter. Okay. I found the adapter for this chip. Yep, that's the adapter for the chip. So let me... Oops. Well, if I don't destroy my... the ZIF socket. Alright, hold please. I'm, Oh. I did break the ZIF socket. Oh, man. Apparently, I broke the ZIF socket, the leg on the ZIF socket, and it is stuck down in the socket on my... Oh. That is... going to have to be a repair project for another day. Hi, Bruce. Welcome. You just joined in as I realized that I, well, broke the ZIF socket on my T48 programmer. So now, I guess we're going to have to use the Retro Chip Tester Pro and hope that it I don't wreck its ZIF socket. And I'm going to have to find the 12-volt power adapter. This just complicated things greatly. Hold, please. Oh, wait. Is it 12 volts or 9 volts? I don't remember. Oh, I think it can work on a 9-volt power adapter. Which means this one will be totally fine. All right. Okay. We're testing the... Jack says, oh no, you need to use your $400 purchase for testing chips. Well, I was hoping to demonstrate that you don't necessarily need the $400 chip tester to test every chip. However, apparently, what I didn't realize is that I was demonstrating that ZIF sockets are fragile and will break if you breathe on them wrong. I just didn't realize which lesson I was teaching. I don't... Yes, this is the... I am testing the chip I just removed from the IIsi. Because I ordered what I thought was the right footprint part from Mauser to replace this chip. Because one of the 4 of them I think is bad. But it turns out I ordered the wrong footprint chip. So now I'm going to just have to wait until I place another Mauser order and get the other footprint, because I think this chip's available in 2 footprints, and I got the 2 mixed up. All right. I don't even know if this chip is bad. I would say that there is a 20% chance that this is the bad chip. But Justin, there's only 4 of these chips on the board. Well, yeah, the last 20% is I've completely misread the problem and it's not any of these 4 chips. All right, so I'm going to put the, not that you can see it because I am going to put this chip in the adapter for my T48, but that should be fine. As long as this tells me that it needs the adapter starting in pin 1, because this adapter will get really difficult to manage if it tells me it needs it starting in a different pin number. I'm trying to line the chip. Oh, actually, maybe I should just wait to see what pin it wants me to line that up with first. All right, so let's go. Whoop. Nope, actually that was right. 7400. So I think I want to scroll backwards because this is a 245. There we go, 8x buffer. Now let me put the chip in. Whoops. I can do so without hitting buttons. That would be preferable. Did I get the chip in? Looks like I got it in crooked. All right. Okay, let's try it now. I think I got it in. All right. Yeah, it's a Retro Chip Tester Pro. Well, that's interesting. So chip failed. Chip failed. Chip failed. But I was also getting chip good. That's really weird. Make sure I actually have this in. Yep, I think I got it in. All right. Well, that seems like that might be the... Oh, yeah. So Bruce says... Um, Jack says the big bad biologist wouldn't wait to place another Mauser order. Just saying. Thomas Armstrong says 3-foot prints. Bruce is asking what's the symptoms. Yeah, they're a vertical white line about every 32 pixels in black and white mode. Bruce says, curious, I've never seen that on a 2SI before. Bruce says, I would grab another 245 off the board and compare results. Well, I guess that's what we're going to have to do. So that I can keep these somewhat unmixed up. I'm going to put a 1 on that chip. And that will remind me that it's the first one I removed. All right, and now I'm going to put this chip somewhere where I will not, hopefully not fold, spindle, or mutilate it. And the thing is, I picked the ALS 245 because it appears to be a memory transceiver chip, but I am struggling greatly to read the Beaumont schematics on this board. They are awful. So I could be off the mark. I don't think you can necessarily make a timestamp link with YouTube, but you can, you could probably manually do it by adding an ampersand. So link to stream, question mark, T equals 2-digit number H, 2-digit number M, 2-digit number S, where it's hours, minutes, seconds. Oh, you can do it on a live stream. YouTube just may not automatically do it while the stream's live, but you should be able to manually do it. All right, so I'm thinking that I might have pulled the bad chip. So I'm going to pull the next one, which I think may actually be a good chip. There we go. I got that chip off. Oh, I'm not going to be able to pull my solder blob trick a second time. Thomas Armstrong says, I stand corrected. They make 7 package types in the ALS 245. All right. Now you can see probably how I managed to pick the wrong package type. I had a 1 in 7 chance, unlike some of their other products where I have a 1 in 3 chance or 1 in 2 chance. I had a 1 in 7 chance. And, well, apparently I got it wrong. All right, I think Jack may have found the timestamp. All right, so here's the second one that I am removing. Given what I was seeing on the screen, I'm thinking this one probably works. Because given where the white line was on the screen, I'm thinking it was either the first or the last transceiver. Just based on the fact of where the line's going through the floppy disk icon. But it's a guess. total guess because I'd probably need to take a screenshot and count pixels to figure out which one it is exactly. All right, so I have removed this chip. I think I got all the low melt solder off of the legs. I think I have pin 1. All right, let me see if I can get it in the ZIF socket. I will zoom in a little so you can see the struggle. Okay, I think I got it in. Oh, this one's also failing. Surely I don't have the chip backwards. Yeah, it says chip failed again. No, I do have the alignment mark right. Yeah, it's chip failed test again, yeah. So you can see right there's pin 1. And yeah, that chip is also failing. Now, of course, I would put one of the brand new chips in to test it, but I don't think it'll fit this ZIF socket because I ordered the wrong package. Hi, Praku Tech. Welcome. I am trying to figure out what logic chips, if any, might be bad on my 2SI, and I've removed 2 of them, 2 of the transceivers off the board. They both tested bad, which I guess is possible. The ROM sim doesn't. The ROM sim didn't work, so it's possible that I have more than one bad one. But let me see if I can't get this. Oh no, this chip is not. This chip's not going to fit this adapter. Because this is one of the new ones I ordered. I unfortunately ordered the. Jack says, seems more likely that neither are bad than both are bad. Well, there still has to be some reason why I have a white line through the video and why the ROM sim does not work. And I'm fairly sure the ROM sim requires the transceivers. But I can't read the Beaumont schematics. Was someone able to create a link to the timestamp of the video? Because I can't show the problem with chips removed from the board, and I don't really want to put the chips back on the board only to have to take them back off again. I haven't convinced myself that they're not bad. I mean, I guess what I can do is take a look at the traces underneath them. All right. It does it with no RAM sims, so I don't think the RAM sims are the problem. I can power the machine up with no sims in the board, and I still get the white line through the video. I mean, there could be a bad RAM chip, but the ROM sim also does not work. If I try to put a ROM sim in the board and jumper the board for ROM sim, then I get a white screen. Now, it's entirely possible I have two problems, and I would not be surprised if it turned out to be two separate problems, but I was working under the theory that I had a common cause for the issue. Bruce says, I've had that issue, but I don't think they're related. Hi, Dave. Welcome. Well, unfortunately, I don't really... Oh, actually, Bruce... actually... Here's the kicker, Bruce. I don't think it's a RAM. I don't think it's a RAM chip on the board. I can actually hook a blue SCSI up to the board. I can boot into Mac OS... what version was it? I was able to boot the Snooper emergency disk, but it's a hot mess for newer machines. I think I was able to boot Mac OS 6 or maybe 701 and run the full version of Snooper and run a memory test. It wasn't tonight's stream, though, which is why I was thinking it's not a memory problem, although that broken solder mask there is definitely going to cause a problem. Yeah, that is definitely a break in the solder mask. Ooh, look at that. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess YouTube makes it near impossible to make a timestamp link while it's still live. Alright, so we've got some breaks in the solder mask. That's going to cause problems putting that chip back on. Oh, Jack says, but in my any case though, in trial and error, I was able to figure it out and put it above. Okay. So I have so this is actually 2SI board number 2. I have another 2SI board, but I get a white screen. Like, no matter what I've tried, I get a white screen on it. So I kind of gave up on it. The good thing is, though, that board, the other board has been recapped. But I don't know what's wrong with it. Jack says this is the special 2SI white screen edition. I'm actually not sure which would be easier to fix. I'm gonna have to try to put solder mask between these pins probably before I'm gonna be able to solder it. I think the solder pad, I think they might be overexposed, but they do look pretty good. Because I think the thing is they're picking up light from my, I don't know, I just turned off my overhead, the overhead bench light. There we go. I turned down the light on my microscope as far as it'll go. And I think the tin is reflecting off of them. Or the light's reflecting off the solder. Alright, I guess I don't see any broken traces below these two chips. So I want to do one more thing. Alright. I'm going to remove these other two chips so I can inspect under them. Because the one problem with the video issue could very well be that there's a trace break under one of these so that the video, when the data's read, the video chip doesn't get all 32 bits. But I'm presuming that these transceivers are the ones I'm looking for because I was having trouble reading the schematics. I'm not going to bother trying to test these because obviously seems to be a problem trying to test them. Where'd I put the tweezer? Where'd I put my tweezers? There they are. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to inspect under these last two transceivers just because I guess basically I removed two, so what's reinstalling all four? Kind of hoping that maybe I might find a broken trace or something. That might explain the video issue, and because if I fix the video issue, I'm not as worried about the ROM sim. At least the IIsi has a 32-bit clean ROM. Bruce says, yeah, the way I see it, it's a RAM chip, a transceiver chip, or a broken trace. And I think I was able to get Snooper to run a memory test, so I think that's why I'm not inclined to believe it's a RAM issue. Because I think I got Snooper to run a memory test on the board. And it passed. I'd have to go back to the live stream where I did it. So I actually did manage to get this to boot into Mac OS, which kind of tells me that whatever is causing the line in the video is not causing a problem with the CPU getting data. Well, there's another spot where the solder mask is off. Well, quite honestly, I don't see anything wrong other than a few spots where the solder mask has come off. I don't see any signs of broken traces under these chips. Bruce says if you swap the locations of the 245 chips, the missing line might move. Yeah, I had considered that. It's 11:27. All right, we're probably only going to get one. Oh, this is where I wish I'd. This is where I wish I'd ordered the right footprint. But I got fooled by the data sheet. Ordered the wrong footprint. Because the thing is, I was... If I put all new chips on and we still had the line, then I would definitely say that would be enough to rule out transceiver in my mind. Especially if the line did not move. Because I would find it unlikely that a brand new chip was bad. I mean, not inconceivable, but I would find it highly unlikely that a set of 4 new chips would have the same symptoms as the ones I'm trying to replace, and it be all right. So I think this one is chip number 4. So let me go and write a 4 on it. It doesn't look the greatest. Oh, I still have... Yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'll swap the positions of the 245s. Because right now I can tell you the line is approximately 8 pixels over from the start of the floppy disk icon. So I think it would be evident if it moved over. So I was thinking of swapping chips 1 and 2 and swapping chips 3 and 4. Yeah, if I really got desperate, I'll start checking the continuity of data lines to the RBV chip. But I don't think I am alert enough to try to do that now because it is 11:30 p.m. That's probably something I'd need to do at the beginning of another live stream. Only I hadn't spent so much time trying to put my power supply back together. You know, I'd almost be tempted to maybe... If only my oscilloscope was not taken apart. Alright, I know this is chip 3. Alright. Jack says, if swapping the chips does nothing, then I'm thinking broken trace or something bridges. Yeah. I'm thinking broken trace. I can't think of many things that would cause a line in the monochrome video. Because the thing is, the screen is, I think, 640 by 480. 640 pixels wide is divisible by 32. And with a monochrome image, each pixel is 1 bit. So I'm thinking that it seems like there's a white line about every 32 pixels. Now, I could be wrong. I haven't actually pixel counted, but... Alright, so I am going to attempt to put all 4 of these back on. Alright, so... Alright, so I'm going to put chip 2 where chip 1 was. Alright, well that alignment looks good enough. Except then when I come in to hold it down. Alright, let me do this. Now I will... Alright. Alright, let's see. Lovely. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. Let's see, another solder. Oh, there we go. I think that cleared the solder bridge. All right. There we go. All right. So the chip that was in position 1 is now in, or the one that was in position 2 is now in position 1. All right. So next chip is all right. Wish the board would power up with one of these chips missing. But I guess for whatever reason it, well, the computer will not initialize without all 4 chips present. All right. That's close enough. All right. All right. that maybe it will be a wizard repair. What is a wizard repair? That seems like my least favorite kind of repair. We don't know what we did to fix it, but it's working now, so... Oh, Bruce says, wizard repairs when you do nothing, but it works afterwards anyways. Yeah, my least favorite kind of repair. I mean, it's nice that you get it repaired, but absolutely zero learning why it fixed it. Like magic, yeah. I mean, if this happens to fix it, then would be of the opinion we probably actually had a bad solder joint somewhere, and it just wasn't evident which chip leg was actually not attached. But yeah. Although I would probably prefer a wizard repair to a... Now I can't even get the thing to power up anymore. Yeah, I'm hoping that this is... Honestly, this might be the better board, even though the capacitor pads are gone. This is the board I'm more hopeful for having a successful repair. Because at least this 2SI board, I haven't accidentally dropped something on it. Ah, yes, of course. Now I admit to... Yeah, this weekend while I was preparing for the swap meet, accidentally had an entire computer fall on the other 2SI logic board. I don't think it landed hard enough to damage anything, and quite honestly, with that board's symptoms, I'd probably never know it. But yeah, especially after that little oopsie, this might be the better repair candidate. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, the other 2SI logic board, I don't know if I broke it or not. This one I haven't figured out what's wrong with it. Of course, removing these chips, I might have broken something. Fortunately, the computer that fell on the other 2SI logic board, which was not probably not a spot where I should have put it, but Unfortunately, I think I got lucky because there was something sitting on top of that computer that fell that landed beside the open SE30. So I think it luckily missed the neck of the CRT. Yeah, the moral of that story is don't be in a rush to get ready for a swap meet. Also, the other moral is I need more shelves. I'll work on that as things permit. All right, so I have one more. Oh, good night, Dave. I guess I missed that a few minutes ago. All right, so I got one more of these transceiver chips to put back on. I am putting them on back on in a different order than I removed them, only because I want to see if the line on the screen moves. If the line on the screen moves, then it's probably a bad transceiver. If the line does not move, then I probably have a broken trace somewhere. And in either case, I'll have to, well, it'll be a later repair. Because I ordered the wrong package parts. I don't know why I can't. I don't know why I can't just set my tweezers straight down on a chip and. I don't know why I can't just set the tweezers straight down on the chip. It's like I always move the chip when I do it. All right. Oh, and I didn't even. Oh, I didn't even tack anything. I don't think. Nope. Bruce says he suspects it's going to be a broken trace. I'd like to know why Apple had to make the 2SI so awful. I'd like to know why I had the idea to even buy one in the first place. Something tells me that I'm the only one that can answer that second question. No, it's not more fun to desolder 4 chips. Not when they're surface mount chips. Not when they're surface mount chips that don't want to stay put. Okay, now where? There we go. Got it. All right. Okay, I think I tacked the chip. All right. I can't tell you what I was thinking, other than probably I remembered a IIsi sitting on the teacher's desk in middle school. Well, actually, I guess it wasn't the teacher's desk, but it was like the front table, and if we were doing a reading assignment, I think she'd go over to it and like do grades or something. So, I mean, it might as well have been the teacher's computer, but it wasn't on her desk. All right, that was an incorrect statement, but it was the one that she would always be using while we were. All right. All right. Well, there is possibly one question we'll answer after I do a power up. All right. Smell plastic. Did I? Oh, might be the jumper. Oh, there we go. I think I got the solder bridge. All right. Let me see if I can't clean up that flux. Okay. I'm probably going to end up removing the paint on the top of these chips. But we know they're in 2143 order. So basically, here's the summary. If the line moves, we have a bad transceiver. And hopefully maybe I might be able to figure out, based on where the line moved, which one it is. Although maybe not. If the line stays in the same place, I probably have a broken trace. Although maybe not necessarily guaranteed. There could be maybe could still maybe be a chance that it's some other condition, but it's probably a broken trace if it stays in the same place. But if it moves, then it's a transceiver. And if it doesn't even want to power up at all, then in all likelihood, something we've done has caused an intermittent failure to go permanent. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. All right, that's probably good enough on the flux to... All right. Let's hopefully to promote some evaporation. All right, so there we go. Logic board. I'm going to leave the lid off so that I can actually see the LEDs inside. Bruce says, I missed the beginning of the stream. Who is responsible for tearing all those capacitor pads? I am going to give joint blame to Apple and Sony for the grade of capacitors they used. because the capacitors were falling off the board. The I think all the places where the pads are missing, I think 90% of them is the pad came off with the capacitor. One or two of them, it might have been the pad came off when I removed the capacitor, but I think most of the ones that are missing, the pad, the lightest touch to the capacitor made the capacitor fall off, and it took the pad with it. So I don't know that I can blame. I don't know that I can really blame myself, because a lot of the capacitors just like fell off with the lightest touch. So it's not like I was going to be able to properly desolder them. All right. Well, we did have this working. Well, you all can blame me. All right, it's not even powering up. This power supply powered up once. Bruce says, "Oh, if you can't blame yourself, I certainly can." Yeah. All right. Oh, it does help if you plug the power supply in. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's not good. We have a teal screen. Oh, and one of those bus transceivers got incredibly hot. All right, I'm gonna have to venture a. Actually, no, it's not the bus transceiver. Oh, it is. This bus transceiver got like. I don't think there's a solder bridge. All right, let me check real quick. But like, yeah, this transceiver got really, um, really warm. Backwards chip. Yeah, it's a backwards chip. I got it mixed up somehow. Good call. All right, that I can only blame myself for. I had so much trouble getting the chip to line up that I. Didn't realize that I got the chip flipped around. Probably when I accidentally. All right. Unfortunately, the chip is probably completely dead now, so I'm probably going to have to order. Probably going to have to order replacements, and hopefully I'll get the right package next time. All right. Also need to order a chip quick. Okay, that was dumb. All right, let's see if I can get the chip flipped around. Back on. And here I was. I was thinking we would. All right. Maybe the chip's fine. Maybe the reason why it got hot is it was like always enabled or something like that. Not every chip put on backwards is destroyed. All right. I have confirmed that I see the alignment mark. All right. All right. All right. We're all human. We make mistakes. So I'll and it's a fixable mistake. Probably being too harsh on myself. Only because this chip is so hard to line up because there's a jumper. There's a jumper block beside it, and I know what time it is. It's later than I probably realized. I want to. I want to get this. I want to get this chip on. don't want to risk losing parts. Alright, we got a solder bridge, but that's fine. I'll fix it. Another one of the things I'm hard on myself on is just the sheer number of projects that are in parts because I don't have the parts to finish them. I've probably misplaced some of the parts for some of them, and I'm probably not even. No, okay, I guess I did show more of that on camera than I thought I did. Alright, I just want to get this chip on. We'll give it a try, and then I'll just have to create a new thumbnail for the stream tomorrow because we never got to the oscillator. I don't even think I got the chip on straight. Alright, well, I guess that's okay. That's not as bad as I thought it was. Okay. Alright, let's Alright, so I just need to remember to order chip quick before probably next Monday's stream. Or to get it before Monday's stream. I probably have enough to get through the week. Alright, there we go. I think I got the Okay, I got the chip on. I think it's on straight. Let me clean the flux off so I can confirm. I think I might have managed to not spill the isopropyl alcohol tonight. I think maybe for that, the prize should be I get to spill it anyways. Just kidding. That would be a waste of isopropyl alcohol. Alright. Where are we? Okay, I think it's good. We definitely have the alignment mark in the right place now. Okay. Guess there's no time like the present. Let's just go ahead and alright, video, power supply, power, and doesn't want to power up. Try again. Like that. I don't know. Something I'm... Yep, alright. I don't know. I don't know why we're not powering up. Hi, Mega, welcome. We got flux somewhere where I don't want it to be. Oh, there we go. Well, good news and bad news. The good news is I got an image. The bad news is the white line is now a black line, and it has not moved. That totally was a white line. So and it's in the same place. So that probably means broken trace. Well, at least the one good thing is that means I didn't kill the bus transceiver. I thought it was a white line before, but I could be wrong. Okay, Jack's saying it was white, so alright. My phone battery's about dead, so alright, so I guess well, that's where I'm going to have to draw the stream to an end. I guess we didn't get to trying the 50 megahertz the 50 megahertz oscillator. But yeah, okay, so we got the power supply back together. I guess I could put the lid on whatever the power up problem is. It's probably the IIsi board. It was 1 pixel, I'm pretty sure. Jack says, maybe the white line just looks thicker. Also, the camera was moving. I think it was a 1-pixel line. So, I don't know what's wrong. There's probably a broken trace. I guess next time I look at this board, I'm going to have to do some trace probing with a multimeter. That's going to be lots of fun. That is going to deprioritize the 2SI in my mind, because that's like the most tedious thing to do on a live stream. Tadmax says, I think it probably is a broken trace. Yeah. Alright. I guess next time we look at the board, we're going to have to find a broken trace, or two. Because the ROM sim also doesn't work, so there's probably actually, I had to guess, probably 2 broken traces. That's not going to be tonight. And we'll have to try the 50 megahertz oscillator another night. So, yay, tomorrow I get to make a new thumbnail so that it's not completely clickbait. Yeah, this is totally demotivating. Jack says, so something's floating and sometimes results in white and other time. Yeah, something like that. Alright, so anyways, I'm getting tired. I'm babbling. This 2SI problem is demotivating. So, yeah, don't forget to smash that like button if you like it when I attempt to keep my sanity while working on these crummy boards. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday! We're going to look at some Power Mac G4s I picked up in an estate sale. And, yeah, Jack says, good troubleshooting work tonight. So you ruled some stuff out. Yeah, I guess I don't need to order bus transceivers. That's probably not the problem. And I got the power supply working and back together and then apart and then together and apart. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put the top back on it, because whatever's causing this to not want to power up the first time is probably capacitor related. And probably not the power supply. So anyways, I'm going to put the lid on it while I close out the stream. And I've got an idea for a better power supply design, yes. We'll even, could possibly even include, there might, although using a Meanwell would take up more room in the power supply than the one that's in here, but the Meanwell's probably also a better power supply, so anyways, I don't know if there'd be enough room to be able to at least put the relay that was in the old power supply in here so you could still use the power pass-through. But I don't think anyone's using that nowadays, so I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, Meanwell makes good quality. I think that would be a good trade-off. If you got a Meanwell supply in here, then who's going to notice that your power pass-through? There's no way to use it, because anyways, but yeah, at least I got the power supply back together, so I mean, granted, I should probably make it say phony because it's no longer Sony guts inside of it, but yep, at least I got a power supply that'll fit the 2SI, it'll power it, and I got ideas for a better design. So yeah, Thursday we're going to look at some estate sale Power Mac G4s. And then next Monday, I will plan on going through a few of the other things I got at the swap meet, but we will work on some something that I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I'll probably remember what it is later. Anyways, but I think I'm going to start at 6 p.m. on Monday because I have the day off. And possibly maybe a little earlier than that. We'll see. We'll see what I get into this weekend and how much. Oh, that's right. Monday, we will look at the rest of the things I picked up at the swap meet. At least go through them, because there are a few more things I didn't want to drag downstairs tonight. So we will take a look at those. And then we're going to look at the stack of items I picked up on Facebook Marketplace on Friday, when I drove over to Harrisonburg, Virginia, to pick up a stack of items literally at a bowling alley. Yeah, the guy told me, meet me inside the bowling alley. He was the manager or the owner. So yeah, I actually literally picked technological items up at the bowling alley, and no, I did not buy a bowling score computer. Much more fun than that. Not the bowling can't be fun, but the item I picked up is not bowling related by default, but there might be a bowling game available for it. But did I bowl? No, I did not bowl, because by the time I got there, I did not feel like bowling, because I left work at like 6 o'clock, told the guy I could possibly meet him that night, and by the time I got the reply back, I had to stop somewhere to get money and then leave to get home, set the packages inside, then go somewhere to get cash so I can pay him, and then drive over to Harrisonburg, which is, the bowling alley was about an hour away. It wasn't too bad of a trip going over. I did get stuck behind cars going back down the mountain, so I was riding my brakes. That was kind of annoying. Picked the items up. I did stop at Klein's Dairy Bar, though. But if you've never been to Harrisonburg, Klein's is a nice ice cream place. So they were on the same road that the bowling alley was on. So I did stop at Klein's Dairy Bar. And then drove back home. Because when I got home, or before I got home, I stopped at the grocery store because I still had to buy groceries for the weekend. So that's why I didn't bowl, because I needed to make sure I could still get groceries for the weekend, i.e. breakfast for Saturday morning. Which then allowed me to then not be so tired that I did get up at the normal time Saturday to then decide to go to the hardware store to get batteries, and that's how I managed to discover the estate sale that I picked up the Power-Mac G4s at. So it's probably just as well I didn't bowl. Anyways, long story short, I've got a couple of exciting live streams lined up, so of course you're going to want to subscribe and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. And without further ado, because I'm definitely tired and babbling, I am going to close the stream out. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Hope to see you here next time. Smash that like button. Thanks for hanging out, being cool in the chat, putting up with me as this IIsi has been demoralizing me. Glad I didn't actually fry the transceiver chip, so I don't have to order more. That's definitely a win. Dinosaur says roar. And with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.